the picture is there now.
Press the any key.
Where is the any key? Yes. Wir sind gespannt. Episode 4. The Adventure of the Cloud at Kokoro.
Mori?
Kokoro, nicht Kokoro.
Ah, damn it.
Said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction. That there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Tja, hätte sie sich mal einen Baum gesucht, um den Rücken zu schuppern, anstatt ein Messer.
Ziemlich lang. 19th February. 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Ah, yeah. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the park bench was very comfortable. No, not at all. Ah, it was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. Oh, you didn't sleep in the park. That's nice. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
So did she slept on the bed and he kept sleeping in the wardrobe?
Nee, er hat ja auch nicht im Bett geschlafen. Er hat keinen einzigen Zentimeter verschwendet. Er hat sich hin und her gerollt.
Achso.
Hat überall Hunde, Katzen und andere Bettbenutzer.
Ich habe gerade verlesen. Ich dachte, da stand noch.
Ja, stimmt, Entschuldigung. Oh, ich habe sie vertauscht.
Deswegen war ich jetzt auch gerade so ein bisschen.
I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other.
Deswegen, ich war jetzt auch gerade so ein bisschen so, okay.
Es ist halt verwirrend, wenn sie sich bewegt, aber er spricht, ne?
Ja.
Ja.
Oh yes, it was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except it was all a dream. Oh. When I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. £3? 1800.
That's quite a lot.
Und dann, da war ja noch das dreifaltige Dingens mit Schilling und Pence. Ja, 3 Pfund waren viel zu der Zeit. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Did that help waiver it? Because that would be great. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodgings straight away, though. Hätten wir mal die 1000, was auch immer, von McGilded genommen. Auch wenn er eventuell doch nicht so unschuldig ist. Geld ist Geld.
Geld stinkt nicht.
If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place.
Ich glaube, das bist du, Shadow.
Ist das oh Gott. Ich muss auch kurz auf die Liste gucken, wer
Das
ist.
müsste der David
Ach
Brand
ja,
Verschnitt
okay,
sein,
der Strongheart? Oder wie hieß der?
Ja, irgendwie so.
Maelstrom.
Oh Gott, wie habe ich den gesprochen? Good morning to you at this early hour. Hello.
Oh, yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susan is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart.
Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end.
Yes, I already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed.
Oh. No. Oh.
No, that's my line, that's my line. Pigeons! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer.
Yay!
Oh.
Und hallo Buffy! Hallo! Oh nein, die drei von der Kanzlei sind wieder da. Yes!
My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern island.
Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now.
Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you.
Already?
Yup. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem.
Another case? Already?
Nothing trains a lawyer better than practice experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction.
Passt.
Do I?
Nee, war richtig. Dissatisfaction.
Dissatisfaction. Was habe ich gesagt?
Dissatisfaction.
Dissatisfaction.
Einigen uns einfach auf Defecation und dann reicht's.
No.
I didn't use the shower in the nice hotel, apparently.
That would have been 5 pounds extra.
Oh Gott.
Oh, das ist nur kaltes Wasser.
It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it.
What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for?
A
Was it money?
resolution.
Justice.
Das letzte Mal bei.
Let's have a flashback.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court.
Hallo Ju, guten Abend. Ich hoffe, es geht euch allen prima. Ja, ich hoffe, dir auch. Ich hoffe, du gönnst dir Pausen.
Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
Oh, ich darf doch mal den Schotten auspacken. Den irischen Schotten.
Den Irren einfach nur.
Den irren Schotten, genau. Oh Gott, ich war jetzt nicht mehr vorbereitet, den Schotten zu machen. Well, das von Siegs. It's been a pleasure. So it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Wow. Ich glaube, ich muss niesen.
Gesundheit.
Also wie so mit den Händen rumfuchteln, dass nicht unbedingt klatschen sein muss. So.
Was mir gerade so auffällt, wir haben bis jetzt in keinem einzigen Fall geklärt, wer der Mörder ist.
Ha.
Wir haben nur unsere Leute unschuldig gesprochen gekriegt. Wir haben nicht,
Was ist mit auf dem Schiff? Aber da
nee, auch nicht.
Ja, das war ja mehr Dummheit, oder? Was da, ne?
Wenn, ja, stimmt. Nee, das war ja keine Dummheit. Nee, stimmt, das Mädchen hat ihn angeblich geschubst, weil sie dachte, er holt jetzt Hilfe oder so. Er hat sich den Kopf angeschlagen. Es war ja doch nicht Death by Tripping. Er ist ja nicht über die Katze gestolpert. Aber ich glaube halt immer noch nicht, dass das Sori wirklich tot ist. Und daher finde ich, es ist teils, der zweite Fall ist auch nicht aufgeklärt. Achso, haben wir das gesprochen? Nein.
Ich glaube, das hast du nicht vorgelesen.
Achso, das war ich. I can't help but wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Just like that.
Well, you needn't let it trouble for you for a second longer.
Sorry? What do you mean, not Strongheart?
Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial.
Yep,
He just dropped dead for no reason.
He met his expiry date.
Plock.
Klausuren gönne ich mir. Yay. Ab morgen. Aber morgen Mittag ist die erste Klausur und übermorgen die zweite. Toi toi, du schaffst das.
Chaka.
No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Dramatische Tauben.
Hey, hurra. Die haben den Anschluss verpasst. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. I'm trying to talk slowly. Time enough to talk.
Well then. What, why, how, when? Oh, I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead?
He stopped living. After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom.
I
what?
was there. Previously on The Great Ace Attorney. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of.
Precisely. Well, while the Bailey's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames.
No. How could such a thing have happened?
That is being investigated as we speak. But already? The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded.
That's awful. And no one helped him.
Ja, wirklich so. Alles so, oh, da ist einer drinne, da pocht einer, macht die Scheiben kaputt. Lass uns einfach mal dumm rumstehen. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere.
That bailiff really needs to pay more attention.
Vorfahre von Meekins.
And how could that have happened?
That is also being investigated as we speak.
Thinking back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGill did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus.
Well, there must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection.
Sorry, what inspection?
They're going to examine the omnibus again. That's what I'm told. I'd ask if I could be present for it myself.
An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage.
But then who was Mr. McGill talking about?
Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police.
Poor Mr. McGilded. Okay then, British court.
Would you like some spanking?
No, please, thank you.
What a pity. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court?
Corrupt.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow! Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. Solemnity. Solemnity?
Irgendwo in die Richtung würde ich sagen, ja.
Solemnity.
Solemnity.
Solemnity, genau.
It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Oh, Suzuto-san has such a way with words. I wish I could do that. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Habe ich gerade mit dir auf Japanisch geredet, oder? Ich bin
Entweder
verwirrt.
das oder sie kann Gedanken lesen.
I'm psychic.
Hey Shinji! This game has just gotten a lot more interesting. But why? Hi.
Because of the spanking?
Ah, maybe. A spanking! Oh, you should have seen Justice for All. Franziska and her whip.
Oh Gott, muss ich Franziska dann auch sprechen, weil sie ist ja eine Karma? The judicial system here is the most advocate in the world. Learn all you can.
It is advanced.
What?
Not advocate, oder was du gesagt hast, advanced.
Oops, I'm stupid.
No, you're just British, it's okay.
Same thing, different name.
The most advanced in the world, is it?
It was fortunate. Gott, bisschen bei mir. That your very first trial was a simple affair.
Simple? Simple? That was simple?
Das war nur der Tutorial-Fall. Jetzt kommt der erste Fall.
Wir sind in Fall 4.
I mean, in London. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose.
I mean, I would. If McGilded didn't do half the work. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple.
What? I don't believe that.
Beautiful English. Thank you.
Diese Uhr aufziehen. Was ist das für ein mieses Uhrwerk?
Die geht alle 5 Minuten schon wieder nach.
Scheiß Second-10 Uhr.
Tja, hätte er mal eine aus Deutschland gekauft. Oder der Schweiz. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny?
Your shirt? I mean, no, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve.
But at what cost?
And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree?
Das haben sie bei Edgeworth bestimmt auch gesagt. Well, I don't know about that.
Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before.
What's going on? What was he going to say before? Okay, about the new case. Tell me all about it. Would you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Please, no. Not again.
Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment.
Kinky.
Come to daddy.
No!
In fact, this case is completely different.
It's just this thief and not a murderer that we're... or potential murderer that we're defending. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Everyone can read your mind, Naruto, apparently.
That is to say, no one has died. Yet.
Oh, okay.
Give it time. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly.
So, until tomorrow, I guess?
Yes. 23 hours, 33 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise.
18, 17, 16. Ah! So the trial's tomorrow then. Okay. Fine. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. I am Confucian, you might say. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGildett's trial.
Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case.
Du hast dich nur fast selber unterbrochen. Ah, was für ein Pech.
Timing!
What is it?
Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense.
Is that a special reason? Oh, ja gut, ich meine... Sonst würdest du uns ja nicht fragen, oder? Wenn er schon einen Anwalt hätte, warum soll ich dann ihn verteidigen? Oder sie?
If the situation remains unchanged... Ich habe mich selbst noch verbessert. Unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented.
Wie gesagt, Mr. McGildet hätte sich auch wunderbar selbst raushauen können.
Ja, das hat er drauf gehabt. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. Inevitable.
Ja. Ich frage mich gerade so, warum machst du extra Druck auf uns? Ja, du musst das jetzt machen, sonst stirbt der andere wahrscheinlich. Aber warum? Warum soll ich Mitleid mit irgendjemandem haben, den ich nicht mal kenne? Von dem ich nicht mal weiß, ob er wirklich innocent ist. The most terrible end awaits the defendant.
Yes, that's right. He had to play Grimtails. In a row.
Here we go again. Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Your time's up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Tick-tock, motherfucker. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits.
Alrighty then. Are you sure though? Is your clock, watch, whatever?
It's a digital watch.
Selbst siehst du dir ständig auf.
I like to play with it.
Ich habe mir gerade eine Shrimp in den Mund gestopft, Sekunde. Last time he mentioned the 33 hours, he said there was plenty of time. Ja, aber jetzt sind es 5 Minuten weniger, jetzt ist es nicht mehr so viel.
And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
Yesterday, you remarked upon something.
What?
That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that.
Me too.
Inside 34 seconds.
No thank you. Well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that we wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked, so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing, and we don't have time. Oh!
Another thing? Continue.
10, 9, 8. On the way here, on the steamship,
Time's up!
Okay, dann nicht. To be continued. He said something. He said something to me.
There is something very important that I have to do.
You.
I must go. My planet need me.
Only 2 options.
Something very important. And what exactly would that be?
He didn't tell me. Yeah, he never had a chance to tell me. I have to find that out myself. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain.
You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion.
Mr. Teruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Hasuki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me.
I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case.
Well, he's no gumshoe, but it'll do. Oh shit.
It is me.
He'll be able to apprise you of the details.
How long has he been there?
So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. Toodaloo.
something very important that I have to do? Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think?
Hey, dit daar fish and chips da im Arm?
Yep, that's
Oh,
important.
yeah. Yes, you're right. This is definitely fish and chips. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Wie es nachspawnt. Zack, und es ist wieder heile.
Das ist ja geil.
Endless fish and chips. Ah, wie cool. Could we trouble you?
What do you think? I'm eating.
Lovely weather, isn't it?
What's the matter got to do with anything? It's London. It sucks.
I'm just trying to.
Listen to me, you wrong Japanese upstart.
Please don't wave your fish and chips at me.
Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out for your hand, do you know?
Please stop this. I'm getting oil all over my face.
Wirklich mal spritzendes Frittenfett. Wow.
Und irgendwann wird seine Kleidung einfach durchsichtig durch das Fett.
But Susato-san told me it was foolproof.
And again.
I'm not a busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate. But I'm human half. Who gives you legs of you're talking to?
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
Oh boy. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the brickwise these days. And all because of you're a bumpkin who's here on a down from a country I've never even heard of.
Yeah, that's true. America is not real.
You hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the Scotland Yard, at the yard going to Carriage.
No, I think that's just the newspaper that you're carrying.
I'm not them kicks.
There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Yonosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, so... It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Passive-aggressively making small talk.
It is unseasonable fine, I grant you. London winter don't see a lot of sunshine.
Unbelievable! How did she pull that off?
So, Lord Stronger has asked me to fill you in the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson, to you. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Alles klar, Tobi.
Tobi! Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? That Inspector Gregson? Does this detective's name mean anything to her? Oh my god, da-da-da.
New character, who this?
Inspector, are you perhaps... the Inspector Gregson?
Inspector Gregson. Yup. Maybe.
You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Soto. But he's a London detective. Have you read this in one of your Sholmes books?
Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact.
Very well?
Yes.
Yeah.
He features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, and that publication. What's it called again? Ranced magazine?
That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry.
Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible.
I didn't think two people could be that stupid.
Oh, well, I don't know what about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from the time to time.
Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Miss Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Ah, Gregson is the pick of a bad lot. Was is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yanders. Yarders, nicht Yanders.
Yanderes.
Yanders.
All the Scotland Yanderes.
Those were his own words.
That's his highest praise? You're not shit.
Oh, thank you.
Sparkle.
Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see.
That he's not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London's town now.
Yeah, please, sir, the oil got to my eye. But that's great, isn't it?
I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand. Germs. And my reputation at the yard went through the roof.
Hi, Kaito.
But that's wonderful.
No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than a man on the street.
Relatable.
People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure.
Rumors?
Are you quite sure?
He's changed since he stayed since he started appearing in those stories. Yeah, maybe his baby cut his head, stuff like that.
Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you?
Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying, as sure as X is X.
And oil is oil.
Oh,
I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work.
Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people.
Okay, about the case. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before.
Nothing to tell, really.
Huh?
As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler.
Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated.
I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right.
A young woman is walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind.
Ich dachte, es ist niemand gestorben.
Yeah! So you said no one died yet. Well, maybe she isn't dead yet. Maybe she's just injured.
Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital, unconscious.
That's why
Yet.
Mr.
Okay.
Chief Justice said, yet. Give it time.
Give it time.
That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind?
Or attack anyone from anywhere.
Nee, scheiß auf Männer. Die haben alle verdient, abgestochen zu werden von hinten, von vorne, von der Seite, überall.
That's what he said then, okay.
I
I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you?
That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo.
Brace yourself, no Ryonosuke. You've angered her now.
Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest.
So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit?
Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question?
Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one.
Sorry?
There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now.
Why ever not?
Simple. The prosecutor has been assigned to the trial tomorrow. Is Lord Barak von Zieks.
Oh, but he's my friend.
We're not friends.
No!
Sounds like you heard of him.
I've met him yesterday.
Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Von Zieks. Believed to be the harbinger of
Harbinger.
Harbinger. Harbinger?
Harbinger.
Oh yeah, Harbinger. The harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Well then, about the Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday.
Mr. McGilder told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned.
This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Don't look at me like that. So disappointed.
Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty.
Huh. And what of it?
Huh? Well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant.
No. You really don't have a clue, do you?
What do you mean?
Schickt sich die ganzen Fische jedes Mal in die Tasche? Ah.
What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead.
Oh.
Magnus McGilder came a cropper in their omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you?
I gave him a not guilty verdict, that is all he asked for. What he does after the trial is nothing of my concern.
And it looks like it's not my problem.
Yeah. What are you saying?
Look, if Von Zieks could get the dirt to stick it on anyone, he'd be a miracle worker.
I mean, I know some karmas who did that.
But that's now how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good, long think about that. If I were you.
Are we really supposed to believe that?
Ich schwöre, ich mache mir nach dem Stream definitiv Pommes.
Kannst du jetzt machen.
Ja. Jetzt, wenn er weg ist, kommt bestimmt genau die Person, die er spricht.
Vermutlich.
Right. Well, I've heard you in a request, and I'm very nearly out of chips.
Which are infinite.
So I have been heading back to the crime scene now. They're still carrying out a few investigation there.
It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place.
That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself.
Yay. You've branded him a criminal already? The suspect, okay?
He's as good as shaking like a leaf in the cell. He's, I'll give him a chuckle and nothing else. Here's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and she'll show you the way.
Inmate 53.
Thank you.
Good day, sir.
Well, cheerio. Goodbye und so.
So, there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say.
Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Why are you still speaking English with me?
To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. Oh, okay. You're shaking, not me. I'm friends with him. Apparently. If the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, would find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. And so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant.
Thank you. So then, shall we?
Yes! Let's go! Ikimashou!
So, the Briar Road. We still haven't been here yet. I wonder what awaits us. Or to the prison. Erstmal mit unserem Mandanten reden. Prison cells are where suspects are held whilst they await trial. Visiting is permitted at certain times. Ja, gehen wir mal hin, bevor sie zumachen. Hey, it's London Dungeon. Local prison, cell 9. So, these are British prison cells.
Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon.
Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls.
Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse.
That's because it is.
Apparently our client is in this cell here. I can't see him, maybe he's hiding under the bed. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Ugh. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Ich glaube, das ist er. Das ist der aussieht wie.
Wie Edgar Allan Poe.
Ja.
Oh je. Wer hat den?
Na, du?
Oh.
Da denkst du, ich hab den jetzt auch noch, oder was?
Ja, du hast jetzt alle einfach.
Natürlich. Equipped gehört dazu.
Ich bin einfach nur hier. Ich bin einfach nur froh, dabei zu sein. Am I a cat?
Er korrigiert einfach.
Ja.
Am I a cat just yet with no name? calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer.
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here?
I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Wow, he has crazy eyes. Excuse me, but who?
Shh, quiet.
Uh,
Okay. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it.
right. So, could I ask you who exactly?
There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost.
A ghost?
We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance?
Do I look Japanese? This is beyond my wildest dreams.
He's a simp.
Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all.
Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land.
Oh,
So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Helfen der Elfen!
Ich habe echt gerade gedacht, der dappt für eine Sekunde.
who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese?
Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon!
What is wrong with you?
Yes?
He watched too much JoJo.
A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here.
I'm a first-class soldier.
Vor allen Dingen, ja, der Mord ist erst gestern passiert, oder was auch immer, die Attacke ist erst gestern passiert. Es braucht Wochen, bis man von Japan nach London kommt. Monate. Ich habe mich schon mal vor einem halben Jahr auf den Weg gemacht, kein Problem.
I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example?
Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but seems happy.
Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant.
Judicial immer noch. Judicial assistant.
Susaton Mikoto wa.
I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Hier, guck mal.
Oh, falsch. Hier, guck mal.
Yes, yes, the symbol of one of our great empire's first-rate lawyers!
Übrigens. Isn't it?
Which means, of course, you'll stand by my side, you'll defend me!
Oh, no, sorry, that wasn't why I was showing it to you. I was just proud of it.
Then why else would you show me that?
Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea.
Curse you, hindsight.
Hindsight. Ja, doch. Lawyer. Okay, gut. So, then, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name.
Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku.
Das dachte ich mir.
It's something of a nom de plume. Ah, kennen wir doch auch noch.
Nom de
Norma
plume. Nom de plume? You mean an alias?
It's a pen name, goddammit.
That's right, Naruto-san.
No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic! It's much more refined than that!
And haiku? That really reminds me of home.
Did I hear you say that you were visiting students sent over here by the government?
Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale!
Suffered that misery? Did you not want to study here?
No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course.
Oh,
But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No.
what do you mean?
If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
I see.
Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy!
You must be a man of great standing.
Oh yes, so I'm often told.
And often like to be told, it seems.
Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san?
I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder.
Murder?
Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she?
Not yet.
But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes!
Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker?
I didn't see anyone.
What?
If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here?
Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated.
Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient.
So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker.
It's vital that we find out more about the case.
It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. It's been the bookshop. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings.
Sure, the bookshop wasn't a curse too?
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her...
Dun 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 dun.
She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. Well... How
terrible.
I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a... grossly ghoulish grim graveyard!
Light exaggeration there, perhaps?
Ein Friedhof mit nur einer Leiche, na klar. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. Yeah, probably not the best move. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
That's not good.
They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that.
Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours?
Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that! I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people!
Uh-huh.
Join the
No,
club
you don't.
now.
I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened. Who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you?
Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul.
No one? Oh, great.
So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time.
That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum?
Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen.
I did.
But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit.
Ah, you! What did you just say?
Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops, perhaps I thought that loudly. A little loudly.
Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested?
Sorry.
He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place?
Oh yes, she's right, I'm dumb.
It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me!
Oh, Sholmes, what did you do?
Of all the bad luck!
A cursed great detective? Could it be?
I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Rash, big-headed busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes!
Why is it suddenly German? I knew it!
Mr. Sholmes?
Herlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure.
It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They were screaming, "FBI, open up!" They started shouting at me. "This is the police, put the weapon down!" It was cheese. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils!
Sicher, dass sie gesagt haben, put the weapon down und nicht put the cookie down.
Put the cookie down, put the cheese wheel down. Einfach wie in Skyrim.
You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. We too.
And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes!
It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English.
I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London.
Yes, the great detective is really very well known.
And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman! Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man!
I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police
Arrested you? Moment, was? That Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police had to arrest you? So.
That would be really most unreasonable.
Well, the thing is... I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in.
Of course you were. That's only natural.
I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery.
Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning in English.
Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do, and I'm fine."
Oh no.
Next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here.
Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising.
I'm fine? He's not fine now. Who is he? Apollo Justice?
Who that?
Give it time.
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Oh, yeah. You can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. We're not speaking English, though. We're definitely speaking Japanese, aren't we?
Oh, yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you?
Well,
Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me?
say no more. That's like... Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself. On a study tour.
A student?
I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. Believe in your client's innocence. That's what Mia would tell you. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means.
Oh, Naruhodo-san.
I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose.
But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire!
Yeah, I took that from my dead friend. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend.
A keepsake?
A souvenir.
know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me.
Goodness, why do you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit.
It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san.
And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gal to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway.
That's awful.
They are wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets! I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history.
And yet all you said was, I'm fine, and... It was me, or I did it? Yes, I did.
Yes, I do, and I'm fine. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through.
Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being.
What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
So we do. Alright. See you later. No, it's Whitechapel. No, it's not Whitechapel. It's St. Paul's Cathedral. Yep. So, this is where it happened. Briar Road.
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at the regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. Unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak.
Die bauen einfach nur einen Schneemann.
That is their job, you know.
Mr. Naruhodo, but to see it with your own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamed I'd ever come this close. Oh, to a real Bobby's helmet.
What? The helmet?
Of course. I have to try one
On one day? Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true.
Ist nicht. Ja, ist nicht. What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't a tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
So, you've been in the holding cells then? But you're made of a criminal.
He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see that about. About that, you Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The blokes in court tomorrow, whatever happens, on the verdicts of a foregone conclusion.
Stone cold air of rejection.
Take heart, London at this time of year is full of stone cold air.
That makes it worse somehow.
Ich liebe einfach, wie auf dem Schild einfach William Robbins steht, als wäre es Robin Williams.
Aww.
Oh, was, wo jetzt? Ach da!
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated police and organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
And you know, I've always dreamed of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Ich krieg sehr viele Maya-Vibes von ihr.
Ja, jetzt schon so ein bisschen.
In London, Bobby.
Sieht nicht aus wie ein H, aber das ist ein B.
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does?
Get out of bed.
Takes a good shit.
That's what
Goes round and rounds all over the laborers on his beat so they can get over work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. And then he starts rapping.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance.
I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
1 foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. On foot! Also, on foot!
So.
20 Meilen, ein Fuß. Wir benutzen das metrische System hier nicht.
And when it gets dark, of course, he has to the important job of lightening all the gas streets lamps.
Why would he do that? That's what the
Because no one
lamplighters
else
are
would.
for.
He got sick.
Aber Mary Poppins Returns hat mir beigebracht. Das ist eine ganze Berufsgruppe.
Oh my!
And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit.
No wonder.
Oh. I'd always dreamed of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do.
It happened at around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago, just there on an open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind.
Happy head. Nein, ich will mir jetzt keine...
Was?
Nein, das will ich mir jetzt nicht vorstellen. Keine Rollenspiele. Keine Bobby-Rollenspiele.
Bow, chicka, bow, wow.
Is it right that the lady
No. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been being treated in hospital.
Okay, jetzt aber.
I never said she was a lady.
Rude.
Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all.
I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Schau.
Einfach die Tüte wieder in den Jackenmantel steckt. Ah.
Die muss so eklig sein.
Weil jedes Mal die Flusen von der Jacke
Essig.
Ah.
Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have on me. Conveniently, you can take it if you want.
Thank you. Really? Are you sure? I have plenty of
Ja.
those.
Ja, ein paar Fettflecke, aber ist okay. It's your
So, was?
police.
Ich war gerade ein bisschen verwirrt durch den Hintergrund noch ein bisschen.
It's your policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on.
Ja, ist okay, ist okay. Muss jetzt nicht so. Na, okay. Wegen mir muss er es jetzt nicht machen, ne? Ich bin nur doof.
Es ist... Es ist noch nicht so opak, wie ich gedacht habe.
Okay.
I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still...
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
The local map has been entered into the court record.
Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So, who did it? Do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it?
Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but...
But just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
Ach, hast du eine Komplettlösung geguckt oder was?
Natürlich, was denkst du, worauf ich esse?
Okay. Genau die Seite mit seinem eigenen Fass. Schön. Und hi, Saku.
Saku, hallo. How?
Because, ma'am, fuck you.
Okay. Two camels in a tiny car.
The precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
It what?
We have two very reliable witnesses, no less.
Ich hab Essig auf meiner Jacke.
It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them.
There were witnesses now? So this car. Who are these witnesses, Inspector?
A fellow and his wife, and the man's of one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London.
All of London?
He's a copper from Scotland Yard.
Oh,
A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
And he didn't give chase?
Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. But an personal...
Parcel.
Wie?
Parcel.
Parcel.
Wie Marcel, bloß halt Parcel.
Parcel of being a Bobby, catching the bag in the act and all that.
Ah, catching the bang.
Bang, bang, bangity bang.
Do you think it might be possible?
That they bang?
No, for us to ask that policeman a few questions?
Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court. Tomorrow.
Oh.
I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So, I'll give you something to look forward to.
That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
No, one more thing, Inspector.
Entschuldigung!
What?
The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Och nee. Are you bringing him up for? Muss das sein? Och Mensch.
Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks.
Und eine einzelne Träne rollt die Wangen hinunter.
Och Mello, der Tag hat so schön angefangen. Who did you hear that name from?
It was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle.
Ja, ist nicht in meinem Auge.
Meins auch.
Heut nicht rum. Man's an amateur. Man, I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his muck everywhere.
Er hat eine Tasse dabei.
Number one detective. Oh.
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at all scene of the crime.
Shameless network.
What is
around spawning incomprehensible...
Exactly that, yes. Incomprehensible rubbish.
Incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it. He claims to have solved the case. Bullshit!
Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble!
Oh no, he's turning into a Pokemon.
Oh no, he's transforming.
Ever seen this before?
We've talked about this before in the office, don't you remember? That Rand's magazine.
A wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears.
Trademark.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And its so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it is a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by this public tanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous as us at Scotland Yard, as he is to all our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship.
Go. A twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not?
Well...
Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean?
Yup. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though.
Sorry.
The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
I'm getting karma vibes.
Ich werde ihn nicht so sprechen.
Nein. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. Maybe he had a bullet in his shoulder. And couldn't
his
see a doctor
leg?
too.
Oder der Wein ist ihm ausgegangen.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the masked criminals, the violent ones.
Also,
Was gefehlt?
Nee, ich war mir nicht sicher.
Achso.
Bei Master Criminals? The violent ones?
Ja, die haben ihren Abschluss gemacht.
That's right, he handpicked his victim. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
Oh, that's boring. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. Not yet.
So, wann Siegs spielt auf Easy Mode oder wie?
Ja.
That's just my point, sunshine.
Don't call me Sunshine.
Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intern was there. The intern, sorry. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper of one to sink his teeth into. For one to be a better phrase.
Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it?
No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of Lord of Darkness?
Did somebody say darkness? Huh?
Nope.
You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial.
Können wir keine Privataudienz kriegen? Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Making
Oh
this twist.
boy!
Oh boy! Oh Pluto!
Say fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes, what is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
Who? What? When? How? Who? By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you?
Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
It is entirely just that.
the trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even.
It's Baker Street.
How do you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh. See. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before the sun gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! Let's summon a carriage.
So we're to have a reunion already. It's only been 2 days. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Right then. Kann ich mir noch mal angucken? Den Schneemann.
What a delightful snowman.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has a scarf, look.
You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf.
I was frozen today.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his.
But the person who made the snowman certainly would.
I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons.
I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on.
Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all.
Aww.
Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cut away criminals.
You're very well informed, aren't you?
It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London.
Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through. And throw it through one of the windows then.
That would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way,
help me find a good stone.
I was about to say, that's not going to stop her.
So ist es turned, wird das nun GTA?
I know. No, I wasn't serious. Speaking of, where's my stepladder? Alice? Nobody? Oh, crime scene. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred.
Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Will ihn jemand übernehmen?
Darf Crimson gerne.
Ja, ich hab heute noch so wenig gemacht erst.
Ja.
Oi, what are you foreigners doing here?
Just investigating the scene.
Conspiring with the moustache fella from Japan, are you?
Inspiring?
Come here to destroy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an iron. Go on.
You shoot us away like rats.
Yes. Should give him a wide berth, I think.
What a disappointing experience.
Pen, ich kann auch pennen. B? Fahrt! Ich kann nach Hause fahren. Oh, ist kaputt.
Mit dem kaputten Rad?
Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well.
The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. It's just a hype.
E-Autos.
Goodness! Do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you've ever tried walking on stilts and falling into a river, I'd know you agree with me.
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Okay.
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. And not a park. God, I should have taken that. Gilbert. Gilded. McGilded.
Und Ron Gilbert. Gilbert McGilded?
The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with a dense fog as well, everything looks hazy.
Well, it is known as Foggy London Town.
I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. Looks like it's still being built, though.
Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition.
It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it.
A lovely London sky.
Right, that's it. Oh, street. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks.
It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow.
I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. Seems like I found it would be far safer to walk on the road instead.
Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry coachmen might not see you and you would be flattened by horses.
Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Taking great offense here. Okay. Dann, wollen wir mal unseren geschätzten Sholmes besuchen.
A new location has been added.
Sholmes is sweet.
Sweet! 221 Viveka Street, the home and office of the most famous detective in the world. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me! I'm sure I must be dreaming.
You've met the guy.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Sag mal, frei halten. Das Haus steht nicht an der Ecke.
Das sieht jetzt schon aus wie der Beginn von einem Wimmelbildspiel.
Ja! Alternatives London, so hübsch wie das ist. Ja, vielleicht. So, this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels surreal to be here somehow. Klopf, klopf. Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Ja, da ist sogar das Queen Victoria Dingens in den in die Wand geschossen. Sato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes.
So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me.
Ah, he's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Just one room.
Müsste er sein, oder?
I don't know.
Aber vielleicht ist es ja auch irgendwie.
Es gibt 3 Möglichkeiten.
Entweder es ist Holmes oder irgendwie so eine Haushälterin. Gab's da nicht irgendwie sowas?
Ja.
Jetzt bei der Rollenverteilung, also die Katze wird es schon mal nicht sein.
Ja, Mrs. Hudson. Gibt es eine? Nee, Miss Hudson? Mrs. Hudson? Mrs. Hudson. Gibt es eine Mrs. Hudson? Oh well, we'll see.
Tja, wer ist es nun?
Ominous. Oh, do we have a visitor? With no gender at all? Oh, it's her.
Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Nee, Discord geht noch. Wir sind ja gerade im Discord und reden. Wait. Aren't you?
Oh, how rude of me! I'll go and make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl.
Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bohemia, what?
King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ornstein, of course.
Genau, wer kennt den bitte nicht? Also den Sigismund, hallo.
Sigismund. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Who? Forget the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Oh, it's you!
I knew it. Sasato's son recognizes her too. Previously on The Great Ace Attorney.
Ah, Oh, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my. What a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Please don't call Hurley. Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Also wenn er Sherlock Holmes benannt wäre, würde er Shirley sein?
Office.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Mr. Holmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. He met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? Are we speaking in Japanese now so she won't hear us?
And perhaps more to the point,
Why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite?
oh, silly me! I haven't introduced myself, have I? End scene. It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Kind of, and...
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Juno. Got it.
Huh?
Yes?
Why Susie?
Susie? And Bruno? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start.
Das ist einfach Runo der Sumo.
Yes, and so do I.
Wait, I want to see. Can I look at that? Yes! Why are there so many bullet holes in the wall up there? Was Mr. Sholmes trying to shoot a pestery fly or something?
Mr. Sholmes would never do something so reckless.
No?
Those are the letters VR, standing for Victoria Regina. It's Latin for Queen Victoria.
So you mean he shot the queen into the wall?
In a moment of boredom, Mr. Sholmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign, that's all. As pistol practice.
Right, that makes perfect sense now.
It's exactly as it's described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful.
I'm not sure that the great explanation is any less reckless than shooting at a fly, personally.
Ja, da war eine Mücke.
It's patriotic, Mr. Naruhodo. Patriotic!
Okay then.
Oh, hi, Riz.
It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey?
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you very much.
Gute Nacht, Saku.
Gute Nacht, Saku. Schlaf schön.
Duke Buffington wird sich nun zu Bett begeben. Ah, alles klar. Er lässt einen wohlgesonnenen Abend ausrichten und wünscht der Gesellschaft famoses Vergnügen. Dann schlaf du auch fein, Buffy.
Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
This one here? Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Mrs. Strahd in tow, didn't you?
Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny! Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusted technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together, I told you.
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I?
Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
He's my mother.
Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive.
And they were roommates.
So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates!
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year.
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
I killed them.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
Like you just heard, Agnes McGilded killed them.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I am a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes and...
Oh, you have a copy of Friends magazine.
Yes! I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness!
Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author?
Yes. I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change 1 or 2 details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh. That was Mr. Sholb's first thought as well, actually.
Yes. And of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say... other stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine?
All written by me, yes. On my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Yes. That's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Klar, wer mit 13 Rechtsanwalt werden kann, kann auch
Kann
mit
mit
10
10
Doktor werden.
So yeah, so where's the problem?
Ja.
Well, that's quite incredible. But...
No buts.
Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling and more homoerotic, you know.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow?
It's like an attorney with a 8-year-old spirit medium in tow. No one would ask any questions, I'm sure. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before.
Yes, what's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me.
We don't talk about Bruno. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course. I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular!
I hope she does it correctly, unlike other people. Ah!
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country.
I don't have any other pockets, that's it.
And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. Hey, Amon, hi! You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today.
Was soll das für ein Stempel sein?
So ein Disco-Stempel, das doch wieder reinkommt.
Yeah.
Ich frage mich gerade, ob Ich dachte zuerst, da wären irgendwelche japanischen Zeichen drauf, dann dachte ich mir, Moment, das kann nicht sein. Ah, okay. Der Herr schaut aus wie ein Vampir. Ja, tut er. Es sieht aus, als wäre er aus Castlevania.
Oh! They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates.
Okay. Specific.
So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow?
Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling, and he laughed about it. How sympathetic.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been...
Mr. Natsume. Now, Runu has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie?
I mean... At
Is
least...
it a kimono? Is this really a sword?
Was?
Ja, so wie da steht, so am Überlegen.
So.
Ist das wirklich ein Kimono? Trage ich wirklich ein Schwert?
Es ist so ein... interessant, dass sie es an Äußerlichkeiten von dem, was wir mit uns mittragen, klar macht, dass wir Japaner sind und nicht anhand unserer Gesichter. Sehr modern.
Sure.
She's 10, she can't see race.
Yeah.
Well,
She's a doctor.
Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
Well, that's all true and good.
She's better at this than Nurlock.
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. I'll be here all night.
Because this is where I live.
If you have any requests, shout them at us. For the same deduction again.
Okay, the great
Logic and Dingens blah, spectacular.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? Wilson, are you related to an ex-military doctor? Maybe. So, yesterday Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage.
Voyage?
But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume. Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems they were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did he find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Well, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh,
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Oh, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across the detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Are we bribing him? It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this makes the this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon.
We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Ich will mich noch umsehen. Willst du dich auch dich noch umsehen?
Nö, jetzt nicht mehr.
Okay. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the man of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued?
Ja, endlich. Der ganze Tee muss auch mal weggebracht werden.
Wollen wir
Power Break.
Pinkelpause machen? Ja.
Ja.
Okay. Dann machen wir bitte eine Pause. Mal gucken, was ich ihm für eine schöne Zwischen. Perfekt. Machen wir dann eine Pause.
Machen wir eine Pause.
Okay. Dann bis gleich. 5 Minuten oder so.
Ja, passt schon.
Okay. Bis gleich.
Hallo, da sind wir wieder. Weg. Und das Kat ist auch schon ins Bettchen. Alles klar, schlaf gut.
Wir hauen uns alle ab.
9:30 an einem Mittwoch.
Buh.
Aber Amon ist sehr engagiert. Dann sollten wir mal ein Auge auf die Leute bei den Zuschauern haben mit einer Peitsche. Indiana Jones darf da also nicht rein. It could be a really expensive brush. But does the coin or the leather do the trick? Wir werden sehen. Ja, die Münze.
Die wird er wahrscheinlich einfach zerreißen, so, mir doch egal, aber
Ja.
ein.
Da muss man vorher eine Pause anlegen, sonst hebt man sicher einen Bruch bei der Münze. Mhm. Dann fühle ich mich beobachtet. Haben ein Auge auf dich, Amon. So, dann sind wir zurück auf der Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson and as quickly as possible.
Immer dem Fettgeruch nach.
Essiggeruch.
Okay, Fritten, also Pommesgeruch halt eigentlich generell.
Aber die Briten tränken alles in Essig, deshalb.
Da fällt mir ein, als ich damals in England war, so Schulausflug, ich hatte, glaube ich, ich glaube, ich hatte da kein einziges Mal irgendwie so dieses Fish and Chips gehabt.
Habe ich mal in England Fish and Chips gehabt?
Ich hätte da immer nur so einen ganz anderen komischen Fraß bekommen, weswegen dann mein Magen rebelliert hat. Deswegen ich dachte, zweites Mal musst du nicht dorthin gehen.
Eggs and Beans.
Ja, ich hatte British Breakfast, also English Breakfast, aber ich hatte, glaube ich, kein Fish and Chips. Ups.
Tja.
Egal.
Mach mal hier selber Fish and Chips. Einfach Fischstäbchen und Pommes.
Das können zwei spielen.
Wie konnte er dem so ausweichen? Ja. Wie konnten wir Fish and Chips nur so ausweichen?
Gut, ich hatte meine Gründe, warum ich in London damals einiges
Ja.
ausgewichen bin, weil mir ging es einfach grundsätzlich scheiße dort.
Fish and Chips. Ich erinnere mich nicht mehr. War 2012, 2013, 2018.
Ui.
Da hättest du ja wenigstens Fischfingers in Custard haben können.
Das haben wir mal gegessen. Nicht in London, aber in Deutschland. Kurz, wann war das? Kurz nachdem die fünfte Staffel von Dr. Who raus war oder so. Habe ich mit Sean waren wir extra noch einkaufen. Ah ja, Fischstäbchen und Vanillesoße, alles klar. Im English Shop in Köln sind dann zum Jugendzentrum gefahren, weil da gerade das Cut war, das Kölner Anime-Treffen. In dem gleichen Jugendzentrum, wo das Tomatentreffen stattgefunden hat, das Italia-Treffen. Und dann haben wir da die Küche in Beschlag genommen und Fischfingers mit Custard gemacht. Also, der erste war komisch, gewöhnungsbedürftig, der zweite war okay, ab dem dritten wurde es wieder merkwürdig.
Ah, ich bin ja komisch. Ja, obwohl, doch,
Das
eigentlich.
geht. Nee, jetzt wird's wieder
doch,
komisch.
doch nicht so gut.
Der Ton vollendet an und danach musste ich mich übergeben. Ich nicht.
Oh.
Nein, war alles gut. Okay. Yes, let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. I smell the oil. Hello there. Was ist denn Essig
Hello
nochmal
there.
auf
Vinegar.
Vinegar, ja, stimmt. Salt and Vinegar. Achso,
Und Präsenten.
Präsenten.
Vor allem, was ist denn das eigentlich noch bei seinen Pommes? Ist das Fisch oder irgendwas?
Ja, das ist frittierter Fisch.
Aha.
Ah.
Cordon Bleu wäre mir lieber gewesen.
Take that. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
Not now, I'm having a moment.
Nö, hab ich nicht. Nerv
Also der-
nicht.
Okay.
I'm sorry to say I don't. I am a very busy man, as you can see.
Das, was da braun raussticht, ist quasi der Backfisch.
Naja, dachte mir so, ist es ein Brötchen, ist das ein Cordon Bleu, ist es der Fisch?
Was könnte bei Fish und Chips in der Zeitung noch
Das
drin
sind ja
sein?
nicht mal richtig Chips, das sind Fries. Chips habe ich in der Tüte und nicht in der Zeitung.
American.
Muss man im Kontext sehen.
Ja, genau, panierter Fisch. Der Herr hat ein Kinn. Gerade so. Er hat fast auch ein Doppelkinn.
Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts. Gadabouts?
Hm.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche. That's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
Oh, what? For me? From her ladyship? Yeah.
Her ladyship.
Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Okay, Simp. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you?
Give it to me now.
What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that.
Vinegar in my eyes. Yes, please. Stop
It's
waving that around.
It's an appearance fee. That's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see you mean.
Yup, that's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Tantiem.
Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time.
Give that back, you have to pay my cleaning bill.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course, her using my name without me and my say, so it does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What's what you want to know?
Kann den Fisch neu beschwören, wann immer er mag. Ja. Ja. Er hat endlose Fish and Chips.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ist nicht. I'm just a little naive with a mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in the right old hovel? Ja, das war gesprochen. Okay, alles klar. He lives in the old hovel? It's just over there, look.
Oh, it's that.
On the first floor of that house, on the corner there, where that wreck of a bicycle propped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrett Depp. That's his name. Garrett Depp. Yeah. Right, well. If you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards. You hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sent his very best wishes. And here's some fries.
Don't worry, Inspector. We will.
Oh, goodbye for now. And long live her ladyship.
Mm-hmm.
Cheerio, goodbye und so.
Well, at least he told us that what we wanted to know before he left. Yeah, so then Shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Queen May. Das hat Löcher.
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? Das hatten wir schon. Shredded long, interesting. It certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shaped than other old houses around here. According to Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings.
Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Okay, das war alles.
Ist aber auch mies. Du gehst halt 5 Meter aus der Haustür, siehst, wie jemand abgestochen wird und musst sofort wieder zurücklaufen. Und das macht dich verdächtig.
Geht das dann mal? Nope. Jetzt zurück. Da war auch jemand zum Reden? So.
Ne, da sind wir einfach nur gerade.
Achso, stimmt. Ach, ich bin dumm. Aber es wäre in jedem Land unschön. Schön. May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridepp? Irgendwas muss mit diesem Namen sein, oder? Gary Depp klingt so komisch.
Gary Depp? Gary Depp?
Bedrog? Nein, rückwärts geht auch nicht.
Gary Depp?
Gary Depp hört einen Blitzschlag. Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here.
Oh!
He would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
Oh! One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridepp.
Ich hab's mal eben. His name comes from the home story, The Adventure of the Three Garridebs. Alternatively, Gari means flesh and bones, while Debu means fat, alluding to his and Joan's builds. His name is also an anagram of Brigadier, a member of the brigade, referencing his military background. Okay.
Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the very first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Niles! Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garridepp will see you now. This way. First, let me have a look around.
Ja, nee, stell dich nicht vor. Guckst dir erst mal um.
That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
Ich glaube, das war Crimson.
Ja, das ist Crimson. Das muss ich. Oh Gott, welchen alten Mann packe ich denn jetzt aus?
That old thing. Not much better than Rex, really.
Oh?
Well, the ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the memorabilia lying around, does it? Staring.
I mean, yeah, it's British. Yeah, okay, why? Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. But there's so much past.
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yes.
Okay.
It's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What? That old thing?
Sorry.
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose?
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Eine Teilnahmeurkunde, hey! Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Ist der Herr nach dem Mond gemeißelt? Ja, sieht's aus, ne?
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Portrait? That portrait of Mr. Gary Depp is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well?
Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seem to come back? What do you mean?
That chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need.
The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements.
So the sun doesn't pull her punches. Or her throws, for that matter.
Wahrscheinlich wird das Pfandbüro einfach von Stan geleitet. So, hier, dann nimmst du das noch mit. Zahlst mir aber nochmal $500 dafür, die du eigentlich brauchst.
Are those mortar shells? They're enormous!
I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Spreading patriotism. Ah, those old things, couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident. 200 people died!
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you?
Useful for what exactly?
Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no!
Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know?
Nice. Maybe consider throwing them away? And that apron. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Collecting dust.
Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Ah, that's still more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Do you shoot the cannon every hour? Just asking. Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Maybe a talking lion.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing?
Also, do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gary Depp?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries him over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel.
I mean, some rope would do fine as well. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading?
Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of a Ranced magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too.
A great detective has a great many followers, it would seem.
And Twitter hasn't even been invented yet.
People will be furious when they read the Reichenbach-Fall.
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from you. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Ahem! Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Das Müll, den kann ich mir nicht ansehen. Na gut.
Fenster. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked.
Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly.
Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry. As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then.
Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
I can't see it yet. We have to pan the screen. Lined up, it looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. I want to see. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way.
Der Tee schmeckt nach Pfeife.
Dann frag dich mal warum.
Ich hab zuerst Seife verstanden, war verwirrt.
Das auch.
It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
That sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally added, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So, whatever Mr. Garrideb doesn't eat, I say to myself, John, you have to tidy up. Let me guess, when you started you were slim and thin? How magnanimous of you. You could just bake less. No, that'll not do. It looks better when there's more than just 2 cakes.
This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Don't you insult my man. Lumière! Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason.
That old thing. Yes, just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcrack, really.
Oh.
Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes.
Of course.
Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it?
They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories.
What happened to
Da
the...
liegt da einfach die eine Kerze da schon am Boden da an der Trennwand.
Ach so, das ist das. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser! Isn't it delightful?
It's broken.
Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
I wonder... perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Dann wäre da aber keine Wand mehr.
So étonnant. Yeah, probably something like that.
But let's not delve too deeply here.
Okay.
Good day to you. John Garrideb at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maywarn, don't you know? I was once an adventurer. Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So, he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. Maybe I have COVID.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to go offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch it! Ah! Dash it, old woman! Be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands!
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yeah, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty.
Bleh.
We've formed an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you are aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, what you believe?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch a chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rancid magazine here, so...
Eh? No,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Sosaki-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrideb, please do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week. So he moved in very recently then.
I have two lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There's been... Ah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful!
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Oh, why?
Schlicht wie in Arbeit. He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaken and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I say to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Give us the tea then. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an ore cart.
Would you elaborate?
Oh, well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Oh.
Could you clarify something, I wonder?
What, pray?
How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level.
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
Uh-oh.
Ah! Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here.
Like how much tea is in that pot?
Too. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time?
The window?
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over a briar road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garridab household.
So früh.
So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see.
Do you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well...
Yes? Was there something then?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here there... Ah! For the love of God, Joey, watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I am awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, if I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrideb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Ah! Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. You're not so.
Ich wollte auch gerade sagen, you're not Zorro.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal, Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garrideb. What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak?
Yes, told me Nats, his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
Don't see why not. It's just down the one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
Good, let's leave then.
A new location has been added. Even when they are a little worse for wear, English rooms are so splendidly colorful.
And his wife? Ich hoffe nicht, dass... Ist es Joanne Garrideb oder? Is it his wife or his mate? Or both?
I don't know. Nee, wahrscheinlich beides. So Rollenspiel wahrscheinlich.
Small dark rented room. Oh Gott, das Fenster ist sogar zugemauert. What? Just look at this place. And he's only been here for a week?
Get him!
What a mess. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
Er riecht wahrscheinlich einfach nach Archiv hier drin.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Have you never been to a library? No, me neither. You've been students!
It's so dark in here too.
It's so dark in here too. Don't move when I speak. It irritates me.
Is that the window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So, this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, The great detective should be around here somewhere investigating.
Ist wahrscheinlich wie immer einfach nochmal pannen und dann.
Mhm. Hängt er irgendwo.
Ja. Oh,
Not yet.
Not exactly.
Vielleicht nachdem wir uns die Katze angeguckt haben.
Katze.
Wow. Jui.
No, come back!
And you're dead of cuteness.
Ja! Ich bin auch allergisch gegen Niedlichkeit. Oh, dünn. Habe ich mich beim Einatmen verschluckt.
Aber auch ein Talent.
What an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. Naja, er ist sehr gemütlich, aber ist okay.
Also für Rionosuke war das wahrscheinlich sehr schnell.
It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Feels like months.
Ich würde gerade sagen. Feels like months.
And that desk seems to be wedged into a...
Oh, ich muss mal kurz mich aushusten, Sekunde. Okay, hoffen wir, es ist besser.
That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat? But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamed of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop.
Your books? Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
Okay then.
Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
What luggage?
I am the luggage!
Ich wollte gerade sagen. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a good luck charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wants the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
Not doing a very good job so far, isn't it?
You mustn't say such things.
Such things. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Müll. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scribbled all over them, in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Und da hat er geschlafen. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, You'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
Bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's on the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
So reading it is...
Huh?
So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Would she even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
But really it's just a wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea.
Aber in der Zukunft wird man einfach gar keine Fenster mehr dahin bauen. Vor allem nicht in Bäder. Das ist nicht modern.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the bricks design on in a fit of whimsy.
That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive.
It does. I imagine being co-opted up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Cooped.
Co-opt.
Der wohnt hier alleine, der macht keinen Koop.
Eine Katze.
No.
Oh, what's this? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall there. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too.
I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo.
A gas meter?
Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter.
So if we were to put a coin in the slot...
that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night.
So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold.
That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp, white notes.
London is a scary place.
Look around, look around.
You haven't been here before!
He moves so slowly, he becomes invisible.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo!
Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? Looks so
I've
handsome.
been here
though.
the whole time.
Intruder! How'd you get in here? In through the window, but there is no window.
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, you two, good day. Now let me see, where was it that we met?
On a ship. We've been shipmates for about 6 weeks.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes! We were together on the SS Buria!
Yes, of course, the Buria! And let me see, what happened on that voyage?
You accused my friend Naruhodo here of murder. It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Something.
Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asugi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
It wasn't a snake.
Oh,
Well, you seem to remember something of it at least.
what an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. And they're all dusty. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato.
Passt. Aber du hast dir die Namen gemerkt, immerhin. Slow clap. Warte. Hier, Slow clap für dich.
Gut gespielt.
Zumindest teilweise richtig. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes.
I lose the first round.
Concerned face.
In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London.
Well, we were there, but you weren't.
But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes.
So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time?
I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little.
A little?
It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet.
Warum ist nur der Name eigentlich? Warum sind nur die Namen gecopyrighted, aber nicht die Titel der Bücher? Please, there's no need to quote yourself. Awkward, please don't.
I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully.
He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivia case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression! My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Alrighty then. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
Könnte es sein, dass er ein Schauspieler ist und die Kleine das wahre Genie von den beiden? So scheint es.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance.
I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh, how?
I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense.
The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
Ah, a man seen fleeing.
There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no!
Oh dear.
Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Garrideb. A retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British
Institution? That is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service? I didn't think it was that funny.
I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein.
Betoken their social standing? Sorry?
Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance.
Und wenn du einen Heli hast, dann bist du immer noch Mittelklasse. I had no idea.
And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrideb.
Oh.
Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something.
The maid is hiding something.
Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain.
I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say.
This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Don't say that!
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea?
No window?
Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks.
Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax.
Window tax? What is that? Kostet mehr ein Zimmer mit Aussicht und Fenster zu haben als eins ohne.
Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness!
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows.
Bullshit.
Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps.
It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago.
Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now.
Well, I believe I've told you all I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
You remembered that, did you?
Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. On what grounds?
Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too!
The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence?
Yes, trust.
Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea!
Oh, but you're the great detective! I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them!
This isn't the library. Do your job. I see.
Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something.
Mr. Garideb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he?
Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garideb's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not.
Let's mind crush him, I mean...
But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo.
Will you help me?
I just did!
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Is he? Did he? Ah ja. Schön. Viel Spaß da. Später.
Wo ist die Katze hin? Katze.
Let's see then. Du musst tief in die Graben.
Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Sherlock Sholmes?
Ah, yes, rings a vague bell, and all the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there.
Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. And please be careful this time. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Hmm? Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask for you to take your leave if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gaddidep is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. I thought we were supposed to be... Hier oder woanders?
Ich denke mal, wir gehen entweder zum Tatort.
Never mind.
What the fuck, man? Oh, of course.
Ah. What's he doing over there?
Mr. Sholmes!
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! Even though it's been 5 minutes.
Good gracious, when did you sneak in here?
Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Whatever were you doing over by the window?
I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet, sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here.
Well...
Keeping an eye onto one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering.
Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind.
Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon.
May I have this dance?
Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo?
Take the lead. I think so.
There's just a time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Gaddidep, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. You're a third-rate landlord with a fourth-rate apartment. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements.
I beg your pardon?
The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care.
Eh?
And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Ah!
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
The old man's broken in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on.
How? How could you possibly?
How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts.
Ah!
And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin?
Let's dance.
Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take?
What are you insinuating?
Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer.
Oh.
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
Ah, yeah.
Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What?
Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined.
Ist die Mädchen schlägt.
Das wollte ich auch eher sagen. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts.
Uh-huh.
For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Ah?
Yes, you saw to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb. At Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently is sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You stole the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I have made my point.
Okay.
The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
Conclusion. A rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath.
Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that live post, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel by being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go.
That's some bullshit.
The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Visage?
Nonsense, man! I simply...
But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain?
Mm-hmm.
And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household.
You feed a lion potatoes and tea?
And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yes, well,
Oh.
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Oh, unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Das ist einfach nur verbrannt. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst?
Oh.
This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite.
Sholmes, no, stop it.
Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. Wenn du sagst, es wollte Tee haben. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet.
There was still cake there.
It's... The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India, even though I've never been there before.
Ja, er hat Lack gesoffen. Nein, wir wissen nicht wie viel. Conclusion. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of the beastly puzzle.
what is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me!
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gary Depp. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruto. What is it again?
Well, your deductions just now, do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense.
But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
How would Graver? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gaddydab and his mate would have been hurt or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against that beast using that large cannon.
Was?
Okay. Ich jetzt mal kurz als Rede Holmes, Sholmes, I've made 2 observations. First, you're an idiot. Second, I want you to leave.
I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are on the thing.
I want thing.
But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. We're not in Narnia, you know.
Ah, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil,
everyone drinks tea.
They are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
What a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
I will fix his deductions.
Excellent! I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
Why can't we communicate while you're doing the deduction so you don't embarrass yourself as much?
I do what?
You embarrass us both. I don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mrs. Natsume's case.
Mrs. Natsume, okay. Der Schnauzer hat mich ein bisschen irritiert.
Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
Ich wiederhole das jetzt nicht nochmal.
Fearsome beast. Blah 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 blah. We're faced with a question: what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gaddydab, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast is 9 statues. Oh, moment. Hold it right there. That's bullshit. I really didn't see the lying thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Gaddydab's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yeah, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Gaddydab's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Das Foto dahinter, würde ich mal sagen, oder?
His wife. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Gaddydab's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Really best not to delve too deeply there. Also, oops.
The glass is broken so you can't see the bride's face at all.
But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form.
I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure.
Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yes, that's an unusual design.
Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Achso, kann ich ihn mal angucken.
This must have been when Mr. Garideb was still in the army.
He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time.
I suppose he was very strong in his younger years.
Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. Okay, let's present the bride.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride.
Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit.
No, not the lion? Fuck off.
Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured,
We can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain.
indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast.
Honored might be stretched at might be a stretched point.
Too late! The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garideb. Das ist dann wieder normal.
Oh, well. No, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame? Finde schön, dass ihre Wangen Booby-Physics haben.
Jiggle Physics. Du meinst einfach nur Jiggle Physics.
Ja.
Me?
Oh yeah, it is going to me with one glance in your direction. It is? No, it's not. Hold it!
The poor, fragile,
Defenseless woman is beside herself. None of these words describe her. Well, I don't know about fragile.
oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garideb anywhere.
But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garideb's wife could be. In the closet.
Is she wearing the ring?
In the teapot. She is. She's wearing a very large ring, look.
Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring.
It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size.
That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garideb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well.
Really? You have a great memory with these things, man. I just looked at this 2 minutes ago.
Goldfischgedächtnis einfach, der Junge.
Das erste, was ich höre, sind Booby-Physics. Ja, ist aber so. Willkommen zurück, Mina. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Yes, the very same.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. No.
Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garriap's bride in this photographic print.
In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No.
No. You are Mr. Garriap's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garriap herself.
Oh my word!
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker back. Ah!
That serves you right.
It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms.
Ah.
I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct?
It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ.
Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly.
You mean Mr. Garriap has his wife work as his maid?
Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garriap?
Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret! Please!
Conclusion. The raging wife of Mr. Garriap. Solved. On to topic number 2. Oh, Mr. Garriap. It's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you inevitable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by your supporting arm. Yep, 9. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garriap's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garriap is standing beside her husband as we speak. Mrs. Garriap is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garriap's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Pain!
There's something on your face!
It was pain! Klik mit links. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garriap has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I say. Take that. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And I don't mean the one on your face.
Ayy! And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your butt cheek that refuses to fade.
Oh.
Was you, Madame Joan Garriap? You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir.
Ah! How the blazes? How did you work that out, man?
You turned your head.
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow.
Also, you're not 2D. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view.
Well,
Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum.
Proceed.
Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer.
Hold it right there. No, it's not.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo! She's a person, not a thing!
Yes, well. She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
Why are you throwing me around with such force, I wonder?
You deserve it!
No, I don't. I'd love to know the answer to that question. So let's have a look around. Not the book. Oh, it's something broken.
Der Kuss auf dem Lesezeichen.
Oh! Ui.
Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here too. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
No, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand.
Oh, James, I love you, yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here.
Lip marks made with a lipstick.
Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually... a love note then, huh? A love note.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Oh, James, I love you, yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, wie sie schon wieder.
what? I don't know the Polly woman!
You don't know her?
That note wasn't written to me. It was
John.
just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
Er heißt doch John, nicht James.
Tja.
Da ist aber jemand mächtig jealous.
Aha. Wer ist Alarm und warum rufst du dich jeden Morgen an? It was just in there, you say?
Oh.
That's right. That's why it was. Ah!
A likely story.
Now listen here, Joe Nothing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there.
So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah!
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Ah!
A likely story.
Are you questioning my name now?
Just toxisch.
And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Ah! Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes!
Hold it!
But surely Mrs. Gaddidip didn't.
Eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Gaddidip's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes.
Kann ja eigentlich bloß der Kerzenständer sein.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Just like Mrs. Gaddidip is unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
You didn't? Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? Because it's on the floor. I cannot... This is not... Okay.
Ich kann ja trotzdem aber den Teppich nochmal, ne?
Angucken. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds.
Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly.
Oh, look here!
What is it?
If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks.
Oh yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all.
Let's rethink this with that in mind. Might have been a burning candle, I don't know. Maybe the one that is lying next to the carpet. Like that.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick.
Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth.
Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. Also,
Yeah. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks! It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation.
ooh. Mrs. Gaddidip's mighty arm muscle left an impression not only on her husband's face,
but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder.
and in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames.
Yes,
For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire.
And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok.
Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After
the sparks of martial discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
It's not possible with the delay.
Nope. Das letzte Mal haben wir es gut geschafft.
Zufällig.
Weil der Satz so kurz war. Daka.
Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you!
Oh. Conclusion. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Deduction complete. Elementary.
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material?
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt as— Ah!
Here we go again.
I'm gonna kill you!
And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor?
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old Styx's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining.
That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garidip?
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me.
Oh.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, 20 feet deep in corpses, and on my last mag. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
Oh well. Something lion.
You're lying.
The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
Only with my help. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you.
Sag jetzt nicht, dass sie auch ein Messer geworfen hat, dass es aus dem Fenster geflogen hat, die arme Frau erwischt.
Oh Gott.
Das wär's.
The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not.
You said that.
Yeah, I actually did.
I just knew you were going to say that.
Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no. Is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garideb. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Let's move to the prison. This is not prison!
It is now.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garideb's house. We just came out there. Why is there a commotion now? What the hell are you?
Wer?
Yeah, he's not on the list.
Oh, good!
He did not make the list? Oh Gott. Nee, ich war jetzt lang genug dran.
Ja.
Fein, Sekunde. Während ihr da schön am Deduction seid, war ich einfach in der Küche, hab mir ein bisschen was geschmiert.
Gut so.
Hat ja einfach ja Zeit genug. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
And I don't think he's there also.
He's not on the list.
Okay, wahrscheinlich nehme ich dir mal vorstehender Kiefer.
Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking mini-me-pinny-me?
He looks like a Muppet.
Ja, das hab ich auch gerade.
Oder Popeye. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Also, ich habe vergessen, dass ich gar nicht zu hören war.
Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about?
Super.
Excuse me.
Eh? Who are you now?
I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Yonoskanarahodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Don't stop telling that, everyone!
Eh? A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Huh. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Oh, he's posing. Get thee to the nunnery!
What is this?
What the fuck?
Why is he straight from JoJo?
Why is everyone in this case from JoJo?
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
And now make your fusion dance.
Aber wirklich, Blondie hier könnte eine Mischung aus so vielen verschiedenen JoJo-Charakteren sein.
Ja.
Und der andere ist einfach nur Smokey.
Oh,
I do hope you're not injured?
oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art too gentle, thank you.
What was all that about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio either. Spricht er nur in Shakespeare-Quotes oder was?
Sieht bald so aus.
I don't know. Oh, no. Goody.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garitep residence?
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Abode.
Entschuldigung, hab die Bs und Ds vertauscht.
Ja, Adobe ist halt nicht so.
Mr. Garidep mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Did you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. More worthy of palmist in my battle of words, near could there be?
Sorry, battle did you say?
Battle! Who's the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sped long into the night.
You sparred. Oh, I see. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, wir haben uns angefreundet.
I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
Then they were roommates.
Maybe they are mates.
Roommates with benefits.
Yeah. So far, maiden. So, good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
Goodbye.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garidep house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. What was that all about?
Naja, wir haben halt eine schlechte Kopie von Popeye und dann einen sehr geringen Jojo-Charakter gehabt und halt
dann
einfach
irgend so ein
mal
Chester.
Rules Motherfucking Card.
Ja.
Was für ein Card?
Rules Card, Delta Rune Character, direkt Chapter 1.
Ah.
Ah, damn it. Hi.
Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Oh Gott, der Titel wird immer länger.
I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched!
Who touched you?
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese!
YMCA. Oh no, let's not get carried away here, okay? Uh-oh.
That's him, I believe.
The Reaper,
I
guess.
Mike?
I think?
Entweder der Reaper oder
Gregson, oder?
Oh,
Oder der
I quite agree.
irgendeiner von Shadows Charakteren.
I don't know. Let's see. Damn it, show your face. There's nothing more reassuring than a familiarity of one native land. Ja, okay, das ist bestimmt halt Siki.
Der Sigi.
Reassuring.
On the other hand...
Oh!
Damn it!
It is for friends transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Warum? Hat eine Stimme, die kann man erkennen.
Oh, ist so doof.
Das Problem ist einfach ein Singleplayer-Game.
Es ist wirklich wie bei Danganronpa. Du kennst alle Charaktere und dann Fragezeichen, ja, wer ist das jetzt nun? So, okay, wer ist das jetzt? Und dann, ja, den kennen wir doch schon. Also, was soll die Geheimnisstuerei?
Es ist halt furchtbar.
Well, have fun. Talking with you.
Such is my belief, at least.
Warum sind die so schlecht verteilt? Das Phantom.
It's you!
Und Suzuki währenddessen so.
The miserable rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes!
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option.
Ich dachte es gerade. Immerhin hast du ein Fenster, sollen wir dir noch ein paar Bücher bringen?
Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well.
Hallo, ich bin Mr. Sholmes. Ich tue geheimnisvoll.
My whole life is be damned!
I'm going back home too. Goodbye.
Dann war auch so Susato schon so, na, was machen wir jetzt?
Also, und was denkst du?
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Going back home. Goodbye. Macht ihr euren Scheiß doch alleine. Viel zu doof.
Leck mich, Leute, ich gehe nach Hause.
Und schwimm doch.
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean?
And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's words.
What?
Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial.
What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed?
Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous.
What, Suseki?
I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, I see. That's really agitated him.
You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow?
No.
What a fool.
Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey?
The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean?
Uh-oh.
Please, tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words!
Ah, sure. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Fünf,
7,
zehn.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16!
Ever.
Mit
Also,
ever?
deshalb kommt das Ever noch dran. Nice. Well done.
Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper.
And then they died.
But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGilded.
What? What?
In English, you are screwed.
I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail.
actually the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zix killed the man himself.
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions.
Sorry?
The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. But there's no difference between those.
Oh, yes, of course he is.
No, of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me?
You're scaring yourself.
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
Oh. What on earth do you mean by that?
Van Zix is a quite exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good!
Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
At least he's going to cry. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury.
I know, we've been there.
The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense.
Well, common
Which they
sense.
did not.
Public opinion, yes.
It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
Or rather, the wrong verdict can be passed. Wir wollen nicht das Falsche heraufbeschwören. And that's alright.
However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear?
But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortunes, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage, perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no.
Better leave the country.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ja, schön. Why are we here again?
Ah, I knew it. I'm fucked. A dead dodo done for doomed! Und wie wohnt sich so?
When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gadidep's house, I assume. You mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That's puberty.
Deshalb hat den Bart.
That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
Rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place!"
Yeah, well said.
But it was true. It was all true.
You mean the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. Deine Katze sitzt auf deinem Gesicht. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down on the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Spooky, scary skeletons. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all?
To believe. Yes. To believe. I want to believe. Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you?
Gott, könnte es auch daran liegen, dass der Gaszähler nicht dicht ist und er langsam im Raum erstickt?
Das wäre natürlich auch noch eine Nummer.
It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall.
The Buria. Ah, that case. That one with the snake?
Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. After cursing me, but hey. And you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me?
I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room?
Well, if you like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. Case closed.
But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I mean, I know Susato did.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He is right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Whether or not I can believe myself.
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
You were so right, Kazuma.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Oh. Mr. Natsume. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Der Blick so, bist du verrückt? Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
No. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato,
Yes,
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant.
The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one, he's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength, with all the strength I can muster.
To be continued.
To be continued.
Continued. So, das soll aber für heute reichen.
Ja, bingo.
Also haben wir uns gut abgewechselt, ne? Anfangs war ich sehr oft dran und
Ja.
zum Schluss war Crimson sehr oft dran.
War dann doch relativ ausgeglichen, wenn auch ein bisschen unfair verteilt und gut gemischt.
Ja.
Ja. Nun.
No, okay. Die Options. Ja.
Ja, gespeichert hast du ja, brauchst bloß noch Exit gehen. Don't. Oh,
Lieber nochmal.
lieber noch manchmal, ja.
Man kann ja nie vorsichtig genug sein.
Wollen wir noch den Autosave haben? Ist egal. Sicher.
Jetzt ist mein Stream passiert und jetzt wurde ich aus dem Stream geschmissen.
Ja, ist ja auch zu.
Okay, weil es gerade. Okay, gut.
Ausgemacht. So. Dann bedanke ich mich fürs Zusehen, fürs Mitmachen. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Fürs am Chat beteiligen, fürs Lurken. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet alle Spaß. Ich hatte es auf jeden Fall. Bin gespannt, wie es weitergeht.
Ja, war okay.
War okay, ja.
Nee, war toll.
Hat wieder Spaß gemacht.
Das freut mich. Sehr schön.
Und was haben wir heute gelernt? Mai Tyson-Tee.
Ja. Weil beim ersten Mal, wo er halt.
Vorne was looking at a hearty.
Das erste Mal, wo er halt den Tee übergeschüttet bekommen hat, habe ich währenddessen einfach. Ich habe so am Augenwinkel gesehen und ich habe gedacht, der kriegt es in den Schritt geschüttet.
Basically.
Das dachte ich war so, ui.
Don't keep your toxic wives.
Alles klar, Shadow, du musst gehen.
Warum bin ich jetzt auf einmal die Frau? Hallo?
Du hast die langen Haare.
Was soll das denn
Sexist.
heißen?
Japaner finden häusliche Gewalt von Frauen ausgehend lustig. Amerikaner aber auch. Siehe Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
Ja.
Ja.
Zum Beispiel.
Na ja, gut.
True.
So, dann wünsche ich euch eine wundervolle gute Nacht.
Schlaft alle gut. Wir sehen uns demnächst wieder. Oder hören uns demnächst wieder. Bye bye.
So, ihr lieben Kinderlein, es ist schon spät. Doch bevor es für euch ins Bettchen geht, ratet mal, wer da vor eurem Fenster steht. Draußen im Dunkeln, wo ihr ihn nicht seht, just sobald ihr eure Äugelein zugemacht, es ist Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Schließt schnell die Äugelein, dann kommt er sogleich. Spitzt eure Ohren, lauscht jedem Geräusch, dann hört ihr ihn atmen, vielleicht auch ein Schaben, fast lautlos das Kratzen an dem Fensterrahmen, das kommt von der Harke, die er mitgebracht. Es ist Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Jetzt alle Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Und nochmal Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie die Nacht. Glatzmatz, Glatzmatz, hässlich wie